Check, check, check. You guys hear me all right up there in the corner? Yes? Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. We're getting ready to start with showmanship this morning. Showmanship is first, followed by breeding. All of our meat goat kids need to do showmanship, so we get the majority of them through first, and then the kids that have breeding will be after that part of the show, because we have a lot fewer kids doing breeding, unfortunately, than showmanship. If you receive a gold, sorry, my voice this morning, callback ribbon, do not leave the barn area, because you'll be coming in for the selection of the top 4. Okay, top 4 for round robin purposes. So there are 3 classes of FFA showmen. So if you get a purple and a callback, please just stay outside the barn and get ready to come back in when we get through all 4 or 3 classes. Okay? Thank you. We'll get started. You want to announce our judge?
Good morning. Our judge is Kenneth Kearns from Clearbrook, Virginia, and has grown up showing all 4 species of livestock. Can they hear me? I can't hear me either. Why? Hello? Let me get personal with it. All right, let's start over. Kenneth Kearns is from Clearbrook, Virginia, and has grown up showing all 4 species of livestock. She was a member of the 2021 Championship Livestock Judging Team, earning 4th overall individual at the American Royal Livestock Judging Contest. In 2022, Kenna was a member of the Reserve National Champion 4-H Skillathon Team, the National Champion 4-H Livestock Judging Team, and earned a 5th high individual, marking her an All-American at the All-American in 2023. Kenna represented the United States in Scotland, Ireland, and England in 2 international livestock judging contests in the summer of 2024. Kenna is currently attending Butler Community College, majoring in ag business, and a member of a collegiate livestock judging team. Welcome to our ring. In the ring, our first class of FFA, Skylar Schoenecker from Nampa FFA, Tice Fisher from Homedale FFA, Corey Jolly from Homedale FFA, Paul Agenbrod from Valley View FFA, McKinley Rorda from Nampa FFA, Wade Ingram from Homedale FFA, Chase English from Middleton FFA, and Ari Harris from Parma FFA.
Well, a nice way to start the morning with some FFA showmanship, and we're going to keep these first two back up here. I think they do a nice job. I won't get into it too much and talking about what I like and what I prefer until we get out into the drive, but I think a really nice job. Let's give all of them a round of applause.
Do you know who this? Okay. Okay, from Class 1, showmanship, Skylar Schonecker and Tice Fisher will be returning to the ring. On deck now, coming into the ring, is class number 2 of FFA Showman, Rowan Bates from Nampa FFA, Kaylee Bentley, Parma FFA, Maria Gentry, Parma FFA, Wyatt Ingram, Homedale FFA, Raven Platt, Notice FFA, Josh Shaw from Parma FFA, Maddie Turner from Meridian FFA, Lily Volker from Nampa FFA, and Trent Young from Ridgeview FFA.
Another nice class, and we're actually going to keep the first 3 out of this one. A really nice job, even all the way down through. Really good showmen. Let's give them another round of applause.
Who's the girl? Okay, Class 2 FFA showman Lily Volkers will be coming back into the ring with Trent Fisher. Nope, wrong kid. Josh Shaw. Close. Josh Shaw and Wyatt Ingram. Class 3 of FFA showmen are Seth Eigenbrod from Valley View FFA, Keely Bellion, I'm sorry, I messed that up. Nampa FFA, Jovi Brunmeyer from Homedale FFA, Lane Burdine from Parma FFA, Aiden Harris, Parma FFA, Jaylene Lane, Valley View FFA, Madison Rocky, Nampa FFA, and Macklin Young, Ridgeview FFA.
quick announcement. Showman, I know this is moving pretty quickly. Please do not leave the ring until we get your official placings on the clipboard and a ribbon to you. Thank you.
Another nice class. We're going to keep the first 3 out of this one. Another nice set that goes really deep. Let's give all these showmen a nice round of applause.
Okay, coming back from class 3 is Joey Brunmeyer, Jalen Lane, and Seth Agenbrod. Back into the ring is Tice Fisher, Skylar Schoenecker, Wyatt Ingram, Josh Shaw, Lily Voker, Jovi Brunmeyer, Jalen Lane, and Seth Agenbrod. This is your FFA showmanship runoff. Oh, I need this.
Hey, so FFA Showman, if you are first or second, Grand or Reserve, your round robin cards are up here at the table. You'll need to come get them. They're not little cards that you can put in your pockets this year. They're a big full sheet of paper. So please make sure you come to the table and pick up your round robin cards.
Well, I'll let the suspense rise for these two for a minute. I think an incredible group of kids you guys have out here for sure, and I think talent runs all the way deep, even the ones that didn't make it out here. I just think that there's two that do it to a higher degree, and these two over here, but that's nothing to take away from these ones, and I'll talk about them after I give you a champion. I think the young lady, she does it quick, she does it fast, and she does it smooth. I think that's important. Set her into motion. She keeps that same kind of composure. The only thing I think that makes you a more elevated showman is if we can do things like lift up her stomach and get her to pull it up because she gets weak there. I think if you take those things and tweak her to make her look better, that elevates you as a showman as well. And man, I think you do a nice job. You're not flashy, but you're just quick and efficient at what you do. I think that's good. I think you're quick to get that one set. You have a wonderful partner in that one. I think if we can just get a little more intensity out of you, that would make you just a little bit better. I think just kind of literally look at me like you want to kill me a little bit. I'm an intense person, personally, and she has a look to kill. I think if you have a look to kill, that matches, but you have a better showmanship partner in the fact that you don't need to change as much in terms of the way that one sets up really quickly. So I think there's differences in them. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion and then reserve in that order, but let's give them all a nice round of applause. And, since I didn't take the time in class, I do have a flight to catch at 1:30, and I'm not sure how to get through the Boise airport really well. But I'll give you guys just a second. I'll talk about each of you. That way you each get the time you deserve. Young lady, I think you do a nice job. I think there's just a few things that make you better, and that's if sometimes when you pull up to set, you're always pushing back to set feet. I think if we just use our hands sometimes, that would be just that much quicker. I think you do a nice job. That one gets up in her spine, so same thing as the young lady over here. I think if you take the extra time to try and get her spine to relax, maybe she doesn't need to be in a hard brace the whole time. Maybe you let her relax a little bit. Things like that make you incredibly good, but you're smooth, you're quick, and you have composure, you have your posture right, and I appreciate that. The young man here, another one that has just an incredible partner. That thing doesn't move. I just think if we can kind of control the way, if we can push our arms back, kind of fix our posture there, I think that makes a difference. In the motion, I think maybe just a little sloppier, but nothing to take away from the fact that you have an incredible partner. You get that thing stuck, you get it done quick, and she doesn't move. And I think that's impressive. Young lady, you also have another one that I think if we just take the time to quickly set feet in the back, some partners are quick to set when you bump them back, some aren't. I think that one, if you set its back legs instead of bumping it back, you might just get into that position a little quicker. But your posture, your composure is incredibly good. On the move, you're really good. I think just a nice job overall. The young lady here, you get a good drive out of that one, and your posture and the way you carry that head is impeccable. I think you get the ears up, you get its head up. I think those things are great. I think we just need to watch our feet get off at times, just like right now. We need to watch those back feet and make sure that our partner's good, not only in the front end, but from behind as well. But a really nice job. I think if we just fix the way that we stand in front of this one, you have a really good partner, you're good in the move, and you're good in terms of eye contact, things like that. If you move your body posture a little bit over and get in front of that goat a little more, you'll get a little more drive, a little more brace, but I think a quick and efficient job. The young man over here has a partner that does not like to walk, as you all saw, and that doesn't help when you come out here in showmanship. I think he does an incredible job of getting that one set and has a good partner in terms of not moving when we're in a brace, but that also means that one doesn't move when we walk around the ring, and it's just hard to come back from that, but a really nice job on the standstill.
So your 2025 Grand Champion FFA Showman is Joby Brunmeyer, and your reserve champion is Tice Fisher. Congratulations. In the ring is our first class of Novice Showmen with William Clark from Happy Valley Livestock, Taven Kronkovich from Dirty Boots 4-H Club, Devon Farley from Saddle Tramps 4-H Club, Clara Mae French from Caveman Critters, Luke Gustafson from Caveman Critters, and Harper Matt Egg from Red Top Wranglers.
Well, let me say you guys have an impressive first set of novices, and I'm excited to see this next class too. They run deep. Congrats to whoever the parents are on teaching kids so early on how to be such good showmen. We're going to keep the first 3 out of this class, but all the way down, they do an incredible job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Yeah. All right, coming back into the ring is William Clark, Devlin Farley, and Clara May French. Second class of novice goat showmen are Wyatt Madigag from Red Top Wranglers, Violet Meikle from Locust Grove Wranglers, Brindle Rush from Critters of Gold, Charlie Sager from Caveman Critters, Esperanza Trujillo from Ranchers and Riders, and Hadley Wilfong from Red Top Wranglers.
Another nice set of novice showmen. We're going to keep the first 3 from this set as well. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Okay, coming back for the novice runoff will be Charlie Sager from Caveman Critters, Esperanza Trujillo from Ranchers and Riders, and Brindle Rush from Critters of Gold. It says novice runoff next. It says novice runoff next. Okay, we're going to do a novice runoff, which will then come back and compete for the junior grand and reserve overall. So back in the ring for the novice runoff should be William Clark, Devin Farley, Clara Mae French, Brindle Rush, Charlie Sager, and Esperanza Trujillo. On deck is our first class of junior showmen.
Well, we're going to keep these two over here to come back and compete against our juniors. I think they do an incredible job in terms of their posture and the way they carry themselves. So we'll be excited to see them back out here against the juniors. I'll talk about these ones real quick just so you guys know why. I think, young lady, you do a phenomenal job on the move. I just think when we get behind another and we get jammed up, we just need to, instead of circling around, just stop our goat for a second, okay? That way it looks like a smooth line you're making all the way around. But I think the way you carry his head and the way you handle yourself when you're walking around is very good and very high level. Young lady, your goat does not move. That is a well-trained goat. You've put the time in at home in doing that. We just maybe need to get a little more drive and brace out of that one, okay? I think your goat started to fall apart on you when you came out here. The first time you were out here, you were quick, you were efficient, you were set every time. I think we just lost a little bit of that this time, okay? You're not the flashiest showman out there, but I think you're smooth and quick in the way you get things done. Young lady, you do a nice job as well when it comes to getting set up pretty quickly. I think we just need to watch those legs getting set properly. Sometimes we have them off a little bit and maybe switch our halter and our chain that we have when we're in the ring. That way you have a little more control when you're walking around. But I think you guys did an incredible job. Let's give all of these kids a round of applause and good luck to these ones as they come back in.
Okay, we're going to start. Junior Class 1, coming into the ring is Jackson Chatfield from Ranchers and Riders, Camila Costa from Middleton Wranglers, Avery Lucor from Middleton Wranglers, Adele Mueller from Cowpokes 4-H, Cecilia Olson from Caveman Critters, Paisley Price from Caveman Critters, Tessa Sager from Caveman Critters, Callan Sparrow from Dirty Boots 4-H Club, Brooklyn Wellman from M-Town Critters, and Roxy Zemer from Dry Lake Livestock.
I'd like to thank some of our sponsors for the Meat Goat Show for this year. We have Valley View 4-H Club, Hummel Architects, Devin Fisher, Jared and Lauren Patterson, Hepton Livestock LLC, Big Red Boars, and Casper Farms. If you were at the finals last night, the final drive, Casper Farms provided a set of clippers to the grand champion market goat. And then they also provided a clipper bag to the reserve champion market goat. So those kids got extra prizes at the final drive last night, so we thank them for their support. They purchased those items from Sullivan at the trailer, so that's really nice.
A nice set of juniors out here. We're actually going to keep the first 4 of these ones to come back for the junior part. I think they do a really nice job all the way down through. I think there's just little things that separate them. I think all 4 of these deserve a chance to let their goats come back and try and prove themselves one more time. So let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, coming back from Class 1 are Kaylin Sparrow from Dirty Boots 4-H Club, Paisley Price from Caveman Critters, Cecilia Olson from Caveman Critters, and Jackson Chatfield from Ranchers and Riders. I got the purples. Actually, I don't got the purples because I was waiting on that. Because oh no, I do. I have them because the one kid's missing. Okay, then who's what?
Corda, red.
Okay. Okay.
Lucora, Resort red.
Okay, wait. I found my missing kid. Somehow they put ranchers and riders as their name. Every one of those is like that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so did you get Lusor?
Liqueur. Avery
Yeah,
Liqueur.
thank you.
Yes.
Mueller, B. Learning.
Where's she at?
MU.
Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Okay, then you should have the two purples, Olsen and Price.
Yep.
Okay, then Rush is a blue.
Sager.
Sager is a blue.
Oh, good job, Tessa.
Sparrow should be a purple.
Yep.
Wellman a red. And then the
Zemer.
is a red.
Okay. Hello.
I think
Okay.
he was talking to his alternate.
Is this intermediate, or is this class number 2? In the ring is class number 2 junior showman James Clark, Happy Valley Livestock, Tommy Casper, Dry Lake Livestock, Eva Malson, Caveman Critters, Royce Noble, Caveman Critters, Rhett Peters, Middleton Wranglers, Solomon Reese, Dry Lake Livestock, Carlos Sandoval, Critters of Gold, Bradford Smith, Red Top Wranglers, Kinsley Tull, Ranchers and Riders, and Annika Wiersma, Canyon County Junior Livestock Program.
Another nice set of kids we have out here and some good showmen for sure. We're going to keep the first three out of this group, but that's not to say that quality and showmanship doesn't run further down deep. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Okay, coming back into the ring is Eva Malson from Caveman Critters, Royce Noble from Caveman Critters, and Kinsley Toll from Ranchers and Riders. Okay, we are going to do a junior runoff and then a overall junior class. So coming back for the junior runoff is Chatfield Jackson from Ranchers and Riders, Cecilia Olson from Caveman Critters, Paisley Price from Caveman Critters, Callan Sparrow from Dirty Boots, Eva Malson from Caveman Critters, Royce Noble from Caveman Critters, and Kinsley Toll from Ranchers and Riders. I need to figure out who the Ranchers and Riders.
Entering the ring are our juniors. We're going to have our junior drive. And then the top from the junior drive will go against the top from the novice division for the overall Grand and Reserve junior showman. And the judge will place them down to fourth.
Well, I'll tell you, it's nitpicky to pick who gets to come back and compete against these novices. We're going to ultimately land on these four over here to come back, but that's not to take away from you guys. You guys do an incredible job. Honey, your front end posture is incredible, and the way you handle yourself in terms of its front end. We just need to watch we get that goat a little too stretched sometimes, okay? You do a wonderful job when you're on the standstill and your goat doesn't move. I think we need to watch when we're walking around. We get a little tense and a little nervous looking. I just want you to relax, calm down. But I think you do a wonderful job on the standstill. Buddy, I just want to see a little more intensity, okay? You just are a little more relaxed showman, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just think we need a little more drive and intensity out of that doe, but you do a nice job. Let's give them all a round of applause, and we'll see these ones back in a second.
Are you guys taking these, or did they take them to the office? No, my dad. Yeah, probably. Or you're saying no, you might want to have it just so we know your dad said no too.
Okay, so these kids, what is this? This is just the runoff, junior runoff? No, this is class.
No,
Oh, this is a
your
runoff. Holy cow, Jackson Chatfield. No, these are Royce, Eva, and then Kinsley Toll. Oh, no, Paisley Price. Coming back for the overall runoff will be Jackson Chatfield, Royce Noble, Eva Malson, and Paisley Price.
Your novice.
Final drive. Okay.
You're going to do a class before.
Coming back in for the junior final drive is William Clark, Farley Devon, Royce Noble, Eva Malson, Paisley Price, and Jackson Chatfield. This is for your Grand and Reserve junior runoff. Showman.
Well, first and foremost, what an incredible set of juniors you guys have out here. These are high-quality showmen regardless of age, and I think you guys should all be proud all the way down, even the kids that didn't make it to the cut. And I ultimately land on these two right here that are actually very different showmen in my mind. I think we have one in the young lady in the pink here. You're just a casual showman. You're quick to get those feet set. You stand there and you're just chill, right? You don't have much intensity, which I'd like to see a little bit more of, but I like that you're very quick and swift in what you do, very smooth in what you do. I want to see a little more intensity in the drive, a little more intensity in the way you track me around the ring. But I think you do a nice job in being quick, smooth, and efficient at what you do. Young lady here and her goat's giving her a little fight now. I was talking earlier about a look to kill. If you don't know what a look to kill is, let her look you in the eyes one time. You will be scared. She just has this drive that I think is just impressive. I think she gets that goat stuck. She gets a drive out of that one that's unlike any other for her age. I don't know that we've just had the best time in getting this one set efficiently just because her partner hasn't been working with her. But right there, when she gets him stuck, that thing's impressive. She'll be your champion showman today. That's nothing to take away from our showman over here. Young lady, you do a nice job. Your front end posture and the way you carry yourself around the ring is impressive. I actually prefer that to some of the others when we walk. You have such a great posture and presence to you. I just want to see you be a little quicker and a little more intense in the way you recognize those feet. Occasionally we get those feet offset, and I want to see quicker to be like, oh, that foot needs fixed, okay? But I think you do an incredible job, especially I believe you're a novice, if I remember correctly. An incredible job for your first time, so I think we need to appreciate that. I just want a little quickness and a little better feet placement. Young man, you do a good job in getting those feet set and not moving. You have a great partner. You've put in time at home. We just get that goat a little too stretched at times. We need to shove that front end up under that one a little more occasionally. I think you do a nice job, have a good intensity. On to the next young man. You did a great job the first time you came out here, and I actually thought you were in contention to be a little higher, but as we came out here, and I don't know if it's nerves or what, but we just kind of got off in terms of our feet. I think we needed to pay a little more attention to what our feet, but you also have just such a quick, intense look when you come in. Caught my eye, and I think that's really impressive. First impressions make a big difference. I think on a different day under a different judge, you can have a different outcome out here. Young man, you also have a look to kill, and it's not often that boys do, and I think that's impressive. Your front end assembly and posture is incredibly good. I just think when we get into motion, obviously your goat does not want to walk for you, right? And that just plays a part into it, unfortunately. I think a different goat, a different judge, I think you have an incredible chance at coming out here and competing with all of these ones. But let's give all these kids a round of applause, an amazing set of showmen.
Okay, we're going to start our first class of intermediate showmen. Are we entering the ring? Will be Katie Bartrop from M-Town Critters, Susan Clark from Happy Valley Livestock, Addie French from Caveman Critters, Jill Holman from Middleton Wranglers, Zoe LaCour from Middleton Wranglers, Harper McNee from Dead End Ranchers, Renly Noble, Caveman Critters, Levi Peters from Middleton Wranglers, Tatiana Sandoval, Critters of Gold, Kaya Seymour, Critters of Gold, Lakin Volkers, Saddle Tramps 4-H Club, and Bentley Zemer from Dry Lake Livestock. This is your intermediate class 1.
Well, a nice set of showmen we have out here, and we're going to keep the most we have yet. We're going to keep the first 5 here. I think they all deserve a chance to let their goat act better, to prove themselves again, so we're going to let all of them come back. That's nothing to take away from all of you. You do a wonderful job, maybe just nitpicky things, but let's give all of them a round of applause.
Coming back for the intermediate runoff is Susan Clark, Addie French, Harper McNee, Renly Noble, and Larkin Volkers. In the ring for Class 2 is Maisie Brundine, Critters of Gold, Jesse Doremus, Critters of Gold, Charlotte Gustafson, Caveman Critters, Ann Casper, Dry Lake Livestock, Drew Markham, Crafty Critters, Betty Moffis, Caveman Critters, Ryland Noble, Caveman Critters, Hunter Powell, Happy Valley Livestock, Raina Sells, Cowpoke 4-H, Cannon Sparrow, Dirty Boots 4-H, and Katrina Whitmore, Canyon County Fair Junior Livestock Program. If you see Paisley, I need her to come pick up this form.
Okay, I'll call.
Or you can just text her. Yeah, she needs to pick up a round. It's a round robin form.
Okay.
Well, honestly, kind of a challenging set of them. I think if you want to change the way they're placed, I'm not going to argue with you. I think there's differences in each of them. Ultimately, I think these three girls surface to the top, and they'll be coming back.
Yeah.
That's nothing to take away from the showmen that we have down here, because I think quality runs deep, and I think this is maybe the deepest set of them we've had so far today. So let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Canna needs to relax. Oh, sorry. All right, coming back into the ring for the intermediate runoff is Drew Markham, Ryland Noble, and Charlotte Gustafson. On deck is class number 3 of intermediate showmen. Myron Burdine, Critters of Gold, Cameron Doremus, Sunny Ridge 4-H, Kyler Hoffman, Middleton Wranglers, Hadley Cuther, Caveman Critters, Cassandra Maccabee, Valley View 4-H, Ellie Mueller, Cowpokes 4-H, Jamison Olson, Caveman Critters, Silas Reese, Dry Lake Livestock, Tegan Sells, Cowpoke 4-H, Zeno Steele, Caveman Critters, and Vivian Wood, M-Town Critters. This is Class 3 of Intermediate Goat Showmen. For those of you in the show ring, the sale order has been posted. Could you please, parents, please double check and make sure your child is on the list in the right division. Sorry for the second announcement. There's 30 minutes for that sale order changes. 30 minutes for any sale order changes.
Another nice class of showmen, and we're going to keep these first two to come back in a second, but let's give them all a nice big round of applause. They did a wonderful job.
Lakin Volker, if somebody knows where he is, he's in the runoff and he's not present. Okay. Coming back into the ring is Myron Burdine and Ellie Mueller from Class 3. Back in the ring for intermediate runoff will be Susan Clark, Addie French, Harper McNee, Renly Noble, Lakin Volkers, Charlotte Gustafson, Drew Markham, Rylan Noble, Myron Burdine, and Ellie Mueller. This is your intermediate runoff. Actually,
I need to fill out my round robin card, right?
yep.
Well, I'll tell you, these kids don't make my job easy because they're incredibly good all the way down through. I'm going to keep these four over here to come back for the senior part. I think they all do an incredible job. They all have reasons to come back and try and prove themselves again, so we'll give them a round of applause. And I'll talk about the young people over here real quick. Young lady, you match the little girl that just won the last one. Look to kill, right? I just wish we had a little more focus on our feet and legs and where they're at instead of me. I understand we want eye contact with the judge, but I want your animal to look good first and foremost because that's what makes you a good showman. But I think you have the look, you have the posture. Just work on those feet and legs and you'll be ready to go. And lady, I think it comes down to nitpicky things. I think you do an incredible job of being quick and efficient. And I think you get those legs set and you stay there. I just want to see you get that head and elevated a little more. I want to see its ears up out of its face. I think those things would just bump you up a little bit more. But I think you do a nice job of being quick and efficient. And lady, I want to see you relax a little bit and bring your shoulders up. You kind of tend to lean back a little bit. And I want you to stand up a little more. But I think you do a nice job in presenting yourself and that goat. And man, you do a good job too. I think your goat just wants to move a little bit when we get to the standstill, right? I think he wants to move his legs and we don't necessarily notice it right away, but I think you do a good job about the front end posture and the way you carry yourself around the ring. I think as we get down here, I think the same thing. When we come over to the side and we set, I think it might be quicker sometimes to just take a minute, look at what we have going on, and set them like that. I think sometimes you rush yourself when you get over there, and then we don't necessarily get that doe set up to her best ability. But I think you do a good job in composing yourself around the ring. Same thing as I said to the young lady over there. I want you to kind of relax a little bit and put your shoulders back and just kind of calm yourself down in the way you present yourself. I think you do a good job, though, getting that goat set up, getting that goat's head up. I think you do a nice job with that. Let's give all these young people a wonderful round of applause, and we'll see these ones back in a minute.
Congratulations. The ladies coming back for the overall runoff will be Yearling Noble, Addie French, Drew Markham, and Susan Clark. Okay, on deck for your senior show in Class 1 is Arabella Armstrong from Dead End Ranchers, Ashton Boycell from Caveman Critters, Clayton Costa, Middleton Wranglers, Lauren Lance, Clover Quest 4-H Club, Skylar LaCour from Middleton Wranglers, Alyssa McNee from Dead End Ranchers, Addison Reitmeyer from Caveman Critters, Graceland Vance from Canyon County Junior Livestock Program, and Laura Whitley from Shooting Stars 4-H. This is your first class of senior showmen.
Another nice set of showmen, and obviously we get into this and we have some showmen that show for different reasons, not necessarily weather type things, and so I think you have to take into consideration the job they do for what their purpose is in showing, and I think that makes a difference. But we're going to keep back these first three right here. I think they do a nice job. That's nothing to take away from these kids. You all do a wonderful job, just differences in personal opinion, but let's give them all a hand.
Coming back in the ring will be Ashton Boysell from Caveman Critters, Alyssa McNee from Dead End Ranchers, and Graceland Vance from Canyon County Junior Livestock Program. Coming into your ring is your class number 2, senior showmanship. Thomas Engood, Happy Valley Livestock, Kaylee Arnold, Cowpokes 4-H, Megan Burdine, Critters of Gold, Wyatt Gustafson, Caveman Critters, Drake Kufler, Canyon County Junior Livestock Program, Gavin LaCour, Middleton Wranglers, Madeline Maccabee, Valley View 4-H, Wade Miller, Dry Lake Livestock, Dane Steele, Caveman Critters, and Remington Vance, Canyon County Fair Junior Livestock Program.
Another nice set of showmen. We're going to go ahead and keep the first two out of this class. I think they do a nice job, and I think it comes down to nitpicky things that I want to change about these ones. It's not to say they're not good showmen. It's not to say another judge wouldn't prefer them. I just think those two up front today are my personal preference. But let's give all these kids a nice hand.
Coming back into the ring will be Remington Vance from Canyon County Livestock Program and Wyatt Gustafson from Caveman Critters. In the ring is your Class 1 of your Senior Advanced Showman, Alexa Kufler from Canyon County Junior Livestock Program, McKinley Lane from Canyon County Junior Livestock Program, and Lauren Smith from Locust Grove Wranglers.
Well, a nice set of showmen here, and we're going to keep the first two out of this set to come back against all the other seniors. And I think it's really comes down to the fine things and the fine details of it all, but I think they all do a nice job. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Okay, now we'll have your senior runoff and advanced runoff. And coming back into the ring will be Ashton Boycell, Alyssa McNeese, Graceland Vance, Wyatt Gustafson, Remington Vance, Alexa Kufler, and McKinley Lane.
Well, a nice set of senior showmen we have out here and some differences found in them. We're going to let these ones come back for the last little bit of our showmanship here, but that's nothing to take away from these ones over here. I think the young lady here does a nice job. Obviously, she shows a little different than everyone else does, and that's okay because that's what she's supposed to do. I just wish we could get that one set just a tad bit quicker, right? I think other than that your poison posture is really good, and the way you get that one presented is nice. Young man, I just wish that we could calm down a little bit. Over there, your goat didn't want to set his forelegs, and we were kind of moving back and forth and trying to get all of them at the same time. Take a breath, take your time. I will always say that smooth and slow looks quicker. So if you're smooth and slow in the way you walk around that goat, the way that you compose yourself, I think that looks 10 times quicker than rushing around and spinning in circles, right? So just keep that in mind as we come out for the next part. And I think if we slow down and smooth our presentation up, we'll look quicker than you think you are. And then, young man, you did a nice job. We just weren't quick to set those 4 feet up. I think you do a good job with the front end. We just need to be a little quicker on getting that one set. But a nice set of kids, and let's give all of these kids a round of applause.
Okay, coming back for our grand senior drive is Alyssa McNee, Remington Vance, Alexa Kufler, McKinley Lane. Out of our intermediates are Rylan Noble, Addie French, Drew Markham, and Susan Clark. Yes? Yes. I'm very efficient.
Well, let me say this is an incredible set of showmen. I think there's differences in each of them. Ultimately, I land on these two, and a lot of that actually comes down to when I had them switch animals. Personally, I was never a fan of that when I was showing. And I actually don't tend to make kids do it, but I think when we have a showman that out here that I think is very talented but has a very stubborn animal, I think it's worth it to be able to see their true potential with a working partner. And I think that kind of makes a difference, especially on quality of animals too. I think it all kind of plays into it. So in certain circumstances, I think it's worth it to make them switch animals and take the time and do those things. I think these two sort up in terms of when we switch animals, they're quick to understand what that animal needs that makes it different than theirs. The young lady here, this goat has problems in terms of its build, but you put her on the other goat, not only did she magically get it to walk when it wouldn't walk the entire time, but she also was able to show me that she knows how to show a higher quality animal that maybe presents itself and props itself up a little better. I think that's impressive. I think you do a good job in terms of the way you present yourself, the way you hold that head. You're quick to get those feet set, yet I never notice you being quick or fast in a way that's distracting. I think the young lady here just does a nice, smooth job. I think she has an intense stare that certainly draws in your attention. I think that she does a nice job of transitioning. Both of these ladies, I think they feel when a foot moves. You saw them both, that foot moved, they didn't look, they knew in their mind that foot had moved and they went and switched it. I think that's a skill that takes time to learn, and I think both of them have learned that. So it kind of comes down to nitpicky things. If you want to switch all the way down to here, I'm perfectly fine with that because I think this is an elite set of showmen. I think your county should be incredibly proud of the kids that you've raised. So I think it really just depends on what your personal preference is. Me personally, I like smooth, neat showmen, so I'll go out there and show you guys your champion, and then I'll talk about these kids on down the line.
Your grand champion is Alexis Kufler, and your reserve champion is Rylan Noble.
And that's nothing to take away from these showmen down here. I think the young man here does a nice job. Obviously, when we switch them onto other goats, I just want to see a little more drive and brace when we switched goats there. I think a little more intensity, a little more drive and brace out of any of them would just help a little bit, but I think you do a nice, smooth job. I've never seen a foot out of place. I've never seen anything wrong with that. I think you just do a comfortable, smooth job that makes me intrigued. I just wish we had a little more intensity, a little more passion for it when we're out here, but I think a nice job. Young lady, it's a tough day. That goat did not want to walk. And that's why I genuinely wanted you guys to switch animals, because you took that other animal out there, and you were the only person I will give props to. When you take another animal, you guys, I want you to do a circle and come back. Don't trust what the other showmen have done. I want you to completely do a circle and reset that animal to how you like it. And that young lady did that. I just think we need another partner today, because I think you do a wonderful job propped up on the standstill. I just think, and when you first came out in class and that goat walked, you did a wonderful job in motion. I just think a different partner when it ultimately today comes down to it. But I think for an intermediate, you do a wonderful job. Absolutely. I think you do a nice job as well, young lady. I want to see you get a little more drive and push. I want you to set that head back a little bit. But I think you do a good job in the way you hold yourself, the way you hold his head and ears. And I've never saw a foot out of place. I just want a little more drive, a little more intensity, similar to the young man up here. But I think you do a very nice job. Young lady, I think you do a nice job as well. I just kind of want to see a little more intensity out of you, right? And I think when we're walking around, you tend to keep a hand up tight. I think we just let that hand relax, let it kind of follow with you around the ring. And that'll kind of help. I want to see a little more push. That doe falls out behind her shoulder, and she tends to stick her neck forward. So I think if we can shove that neck back, tighten her spine up, she'll look a lot nicer. But I think you do a nice, smooth, complete job. Young lady, you do a nice job as well. And when it came down to it, it's just first impressions. When we came back in here, we were a little slower in getting those feet set. I'd like to see you maybe if you have one foot wrong, just reach back there and fix it instead of trying to bump set the entire time. But I think you do a nice, smooth job. I think you have a weather that presents himself well, and you know that, and you accentuate that. So I think that's a good thing. Young lady that rounds us out here, I think you do a good job in terms of the way you hold and present that head and that front 1/3. I think that's a really nice job. I just want to see you quicker in terms of the feet. When we came over here and we set up after the circle, I think you were the slowest to get those feet set, and it comes down to those little things. I know maybe if we circled again and came around again, you might have been the first to get it done, but it comes down to those simple things. I think you do a really nice job.
All right, we are going to take a short restroom break, and then we will get started with our breeding portion of our show for today.
Okay, we're waiting on one that has to switch goats and get back in here, but this will be your first class of junior does 0 to 12 months. These goats will range from 37 pounds to 65 pounds.
All right, so we're getting ready to start our breeding show today. Our junior does for the first time this year have been broken by weight, not by age. There are 4 different classes of junior does. And when they get done going through all 4 classes, the judge will pick the Grand and Reserve Junior, and then Grand and Reserve Yearling, which is by age, and Grand and Reserve Senior, which is also by age. If you are Grand or Reserve Junior, Yearling, or Senior, you will need to come back to the ring to compete against each other for the overall Supreme Champion and Reserve Doe.
Well, a nice first class to get us started here in our doe show. And I think there's one that just hits me as the most trendy. And I think that's this youngest one. I think if we project them into the future, that one's got the brightest future ahead of it. I think its build quality is the highest. I think it from a front end to a lower body, all the way into the way that one's hip is built. I think it's just the highest quality built one. Even as being the youngest, littlest one out here, I think it's got the most future. Not to mention, even if you put it against some of these ones that are bigger out here, I still think it has more genuine rib shape and more genuine shape from behind. I think that one's just a pretty comfortable place to start. This one that comes out in second, I think that's just one you label as functional. I think that one's got a good turn to its center portion of its body. I think it's got a good amount of shape and width at the base of its skeleton. Maybe just not the most intriguing to look at from the side. A little plainer in terms of the way it's designed, a little sharper in terms of her hock placement, but I think just a functional one that should be perfectly fine in terms of breeding in the future, a comfortable place to go second. I think the one in three becomes challenging because that one's definitely more opened up in terms of the center portion of its body, a little stouter compared to the ones we have following it. Place I want to fix that one is when you set it into motion. We get a little upright in terms of its front end, a little straight in terms of its hock, but I think that one just has the genuine shape and body it takes to be a functional one. The next one we have coming out in four, I think this one has some jump muscle. I think that one has some height of shoulder. I just don't know that we have enough turn to the center portion of its body or a good enough build to go any further. And the same rings true for these next two. I think the young ladies right here is tall shouldered. I think it's smooth made. I just don't know that we have enough punch or power in that one. Same rings true for this next one. I think a tall shouldered one that gets a little narrow, a little frailer, and a little plainer. But I think a nice set to start us off. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, coming back will be Graceland Vance and McKinley Lane. Class 2 of junior does 0 to 12 months is Susan Clark from Happy Valley Livestock, Tice Fisher from Homedale FFA, Drew Markham from Crafty Critters, Lakin Volkers from Saddle Tramps, Bradford Smith from Red Top Wranglers, and Jovi Brumeyer from Homedale FFA. These does weigh between 68 and 76 pounds.
Another nice class we have out here, and I think the top trio gets a little difficult, but I think the one we land on just becomes the combination of the two behind it. I think that one's good in terms of the way it's built. Set it into motion, and I appreciate the way she gets out and prances around. And I think she still remains so good in terms of the handle and freshness she has up high. That one's got the most turn to the flare of her stifle from the side, the most genuine shape. I think that one's big featured. I just think she's unique from the side when he gets that one set up. And that's nothing to take away from the 1 and 2, because I think that's where you find just a tad more power. I think that one's opened up in terms of the center portion of its body, which allows it to be expansive up high. And from behind, she has plenty of shape. I just think where we fall out is from this side. That one gets a little upright in terms of her shoulder. She drops behind it, and then she gets a little straighter in terms of her hock. I wish she had a little more turn to her lower stifle as well, but I think a solid one that just gets a little plainer in comparison to 1, but I think a nice one to go second. And the one we find in 3, that's a tall-shouldered one that's tucked up in terms of her chest, good in terms of her underline. I think that just comes with her being a little flatter in terms of her forerib and a little plainer, narrower from behind. Gets a little frailer at the surface, but I think that one's good in terms of the way she's built. I think that one's good in terms of the way she profiles, just a little plainer and flatter out here. I think the one that comes in 4, I think this one's good in terms of just being a tall-shouldered, smooth-made, big-bodied one. Call one functional, and that's her. We just get a little plain out here today, frail at the surface, a little plainer in terms of her look from the side, but a nice functional one to go in 4. I struggle with the 1 and 5 because this one's more trendy in terms of the way this one's built. We're stouter featured. We're bigger in terms of her shape, bigger forearmed, a little wider chested. I just wish that one was built better. We're straight off either end of her skeleton, which subsequently causes her to drop behind her shoulder, get tighter in her spine. But I think a good one in terms of the way she looks, in terms of the way she has trendy pieces. I think the young man's that rounds us out. It's a big-bodied, smooth-made one, just a little frailer and a little plainer out here today, buddy. Ooh. Sorry, guys, my voice is breaking. I need a drink.
All right, class 2 of junior does coming back will be Tice Fisher and Jovi Brunmeyer. In the ring will be class number 3 of junior does, 0 to 12 months. These does range in weight from 78 to 93. William Clark, Happy Valley Livestock, Jalen Lane, Valley View FFA, Eva Malson, Caveman Critters, Brooklyn Wellman, M-Town Critters, Lily Volker, Nampa FFA, and Rena Sells, Cowpokes 4-H.
Another nice class, and I think these three at the top have sort, to be honest with you. And when this one first came in, I actually thought, well, is that one actually that genuine under the cashmere? Because it's got a lot of hair, and that can hide a lot of things. But I actually think if you get your hands on that one, there's shape there from behind their shape. And when you look at her base width, she has the base width that supports that. So I think that one has the genuine shape and body cavity it takes. And from the side, still paints a nice picture. That one's tall-shouldered, and good in terms of her underline. I wish she had more flair to the base of her stifle, but I think that one's got the right kind of body and shape it takes to be competitive. And I think the 1 and 2, that's the better built and smoother made option for sure. I think that one's tall shouldered. I think that one sets into motion with a more comfortable set to her hind leg. I just want to see that one opened up in terms of shape and power. I think the 1 and 3, you could argue, is the combination of them because I think it has a nice tall shoulder and good in terms of her underline, and yet still has some openness to her center body and some shape. Her problem is her build. She just gets straight in terms of her hock and subsequently gets really tight in her spine. That's why I had you step off of her for a second. Wanted to see if it would get any better when you relaxed her, but I just don't think it does, unfortunately. But I think a nice trio to start us off there in this class. I think the one that comes in for is good in terms of a tall shoulder and being smooth made. I just don't know that that one has enough shape or power. Gets a little frailer at the ground, but I think a good, smooth, functional one. And I think the next one is kind of the same story, not to sound like a broken record, but a tall shouldered, smooth made one. I think maybe just gets a little coarser in comparison and still has the same problems in being flatter and frailer. Young man's that rounds us off, tall-shouldered, good-looking. I just think that one's too frail and too flat today. But a good class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Okay, returning for the runoff for junior does will be Eva Malson and is that Rena Sells? Was that Rena Sells? Patsy's got it. Okay, last class of junior does ranging in weight from 97 to 112 is Josh Shaw from Parma FFA, Cannon Sparrow from Dirty Boots, Remington Vance from Canyon County Junior Livestock Show program, and Callan Sparrow with Dirty Boots and Callan Sparrow with Dirty Boots. Is that Rena? Is it Rena Sells? Okay. Okay. My apologies. Coming back from class 3 will be Eva Malson and Rena Sells.
A nice class, and I think quality runs deep in this one for sure. I think there's one that starts us, and I think it's just the fact that that one's the stoutest at the ground and good in terms of shape and power, yet still remains that neat about her chest and that good in terms of her lower body progression that just remains impressive. I think that one's a pretty easy place to start. I think the one that comes in 2 and 3, I think you can switch either way because they're incredibly different. I think the Red Doe's just a little taller shouldered, not even, she's taller shouldered and smoother made. Set that one into motion. That's really where I have a question with her because she gets straighter in terms of her hock and upright in terms of her shoulder, but I think she just has more genuine shape and power, couples it with a smoother look, so she'll get a second for me. But that's not to take away from the young man's because I think that one's certainly stouter at the surface. I think it's got more shape directly from behind. I just don't know that that one puts it together in the best ways because she's coarser about her shoulder and definitely a little more opened up in terms of the way she gets out and goes and motors around. But I think a good one in terms of shape, power, and a decent look. I think the one that comes out next, we just need to fix in terms of its pasterns and the way it sets into motion. When you're upright in terms of your shoulder and yet still drops out in your pastern a little bit, it begins to make your spine drop as well. I think those things in tandem just don't let that one go around the ring in the most comfortable way. But I think she's got body, she's got shape, certainly a nice project for the young man. I think the same story goes for this next one. I just wish that this one was better in terms of the way it sets into motion. I think the only thing that this one, it does better. We've got a little more shape and a little more genuine handle in that one. But I think a nice project for the young man. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Coming back for the runoff will be Josh Shaw and Remington Vance. Okay, for the Junior Doe runoff, we have Graceland Vance, McKinley Lane, Tice Fisher, Jovi Brunmeyer, Eva Mulson, Rena Sells, Josh Shaw, and Remington Vance. This is your Junior Doe runoff.
Well, a very nice first division we have out here, and all 8 of these are incredibly good, and everyone should be incredibly proud of them. I'll go through and talk about each of them a little bit. I think the one in our first class, that's our immature one, and I think it has a bright future ahead of it. I think it's good in terms of the way it's built, and I think its profile from the side is really good. I just question that one in terms of having enough shape and power to play today. We get into this second class. I think this one is a big-chested, stout-featured, and shapely, yet still remains smooth from the side. Does that one drop out a little bit behind its shoulder? Yes. Is that a problem? I don't know. That's up to decide still. I think this one that comes out in 3. Under the cashmere, I actually think this one has genuine shape and power. I think in class, that one looked smooth and presented itself well enough. I don't know out here if this one's just the flashiest or coolest looking one from the side. And the one that comes out in 4, I think this one kind of matches in terms of class 2. I think that one's big-chested. I think it's stout-featured. I want to fix that one in terms of its lower body progression, drop her in terms of her flank, but I think in terms of combining power and a look from this side, that one has that as well. I'll put the mic down and show you guys which one I'll use for Grand and Reserve in this division.
So your grand champion junior doe from 0 to 12 months is Tice Fisher, and your reserve doe is Remington Vance. This is a first class of yearling does, 12 months to 16 months. Maisie Brudine from Critters of Gold, Katrina Whitmore, Canyon County Junior Livestock Program, Brooklyn Wellman, M-Town Critters, Remington Vance, Canyon County Fair Junior Livestock Program, Josh Shaw, Parma FFA, Harper Maydag, Red Top Wranglers.
Another nice class we have out here, and I think there's one that just puts the most good together. When you talk about another one being big chested, stout at the ground, and yet that one's good in terms of her lower body, tall shouldered, and I love the way she sets her tail high up on the top side of her hip. It allows her to balance up so nice from this side, and that one doesn't give up anything in terms of power. I think that's where I have a problem with this one, because this one's a little plainer from behind. I want to open her up in terms of her forerib, which would allow her to have more shape up high and from behind. I think that one's good in terms of the way she's built. Her hind leg, I actually prefer the set and angle to her hock. I just don't know that she's got enough power or shape here today. But a comfortable second and a nice one to go to follow that. I think the one that comes in 3, that's a big functional one. She's good in terms of her center body. She's comfortable when you set her into motion. We just get plainer in terms of our look from the side compared to the 2 ahead of her. But a nice one to go in 3. I think the next young ladies, that one's good in terms of her body shape. Tall shouldered. We just get a little flatter from behind, but good when set into motion. I think the same rings true for this next one. We just get a little frailer at the ground as well. And I think the one that rounds us out, we get frail at the ground. We're a little moderate and a little flatter out here today, but I think a nice class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Okay, returning to the ring will be Joshua Shaw and Remington Vance. The next class of yearling does is from 16 months to 20 months. We're waiting on some? Yep. Okay, looks like we're going to get started with this class. In the ring is Raven Platt from Notice FFA, Joshua Shaw from Parma FFA, Cannon Sparrow, Dirty Boots 4-H Club, and Megan Burdine, Critters of Gold.
Another nice class, and I think it becomes a kind of two-horse race here in these two. I think this one just puts together a better picture from the side. I think that one sets into motion and keeps that same silhouette. I think her hind leg and angle to her hock is better, and she's more relaxed in terms of her knee. I would like to strengthen her behind her shoulder, maybe make her a little smoother in terms of her haircut, would only aid into the fact that she looks nicer from the side. And she couples that with enough shape and power, but I think that one wins from the side. I think this one I wanted to tie into originally because I thought she was the tall-shouldered one that looked smooth from the side, and she is, but you set her into motion, she doesn't remain that same silhouette. She gets straighter in terms of her hock, more upright in terms of her knee, subsequently gets tighter in terms of her spine, but I think she has the tall-shouldered, smooth-made look and certainly beats the other two in terms of power and genuine shape. I think this black dapple that comes out next, that's a tall-shouldered, smooth-made one that's comfortable when set into motion. We just get flatter and plainer out here and drop behind our shoulder. I think the same story rings true in this one. We just become the flattest, narrowest one out here today. But a good class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Coming back from class 7 will be Josh Shaw and Cannon Sparrow. Next class is Yearling Does 20 to 24 months. We have 2 entries, Myron Berdine and Kyler Hoffman.
Well, a smaller class than we've had, but nice nonetheless. I think the dapple comes out, and that's just the stouter featured one that has more base width, is more open in terms of her center body, has a little more shape. I wouldn't argue if you'd rather use the black doe because that's the taller shouldered, smoother made one that's a little more comfortable when set into motion. I just don't know that we're stout enough or opened up enough out here today. But a nice class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, we're at the Yearling Drive. Are both those coming back? Okay, coming back is Myron Berdine, Kyler Hoffman, Joshua Shaw, Cannon Sparrow, Remington Vance, and Joshua Shaw. He just lost his goat. Senior does. We have 4 total. Then a supreme. Yep.
Well, a nice division out here, and I was telling the kids just a second ago, I'm not trying to rush through this, but I do have a plane to catch at 1:30, so we're going to go quick and efficiently, and I'm going to be decisive about what I want. I'll talk about them really briefly. I think the one that wins the first class is good in terms of shape and power. I want to fix that one in terms of just how I want to make it smoother. It's a little coarser in terms of its shoulder, in terms of the way it's made, but I think a good one in terms of body, shape, and power. I think the one that comes out of the second class, that one's unique in the way it combines power, shape, and a unique look. I want to fix her in terms of her hock. She gets straight there. I think the one that comes out of our third class, that's a tall-shouldered, smooth-made one out here. We just get a little plainer, a little flatter compared to the others. I'll put the mic down and give you guys a champion in reserve.
So your grand is Remington Vance, and your reserve is Cannon Sparrow. Okay, we have 2 entries in our senior doe division from 24 months to 36 months. Alyssa McNee with Dead End Ranchers and Bradford Smith with Red Top Wranglers. If anybody from Homedale
Another
area
nice
is
class.
missing a set of keys, we have them at the announcer stand.
Sorry, guys, I didn't realize she was talking. I'm trying to speed through this. Hopefully, but I give all the kids enough time to hear what I think about their animals and their projects. But I think these two out here, as we get into these older ones, it's no surprise they're losing a little bit of muscle tone and things like that. I think the one that we start off with here is just the bigger featured, smoother made one. I think she's neater from this side, maybe a little higher quality one out here. I think the young man's is nice in terms of matching that, a tall-shouldered, smooth-made one. I just don't know that we come with near as much shape or openness to the center part of her body or stoutness at the ground as the one ahead of you does. But I think a nice set. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, don't go far, class 2. Third class and last class of senior does is Alexis McNee with Dead End Ranchers and Arabella Armstrong from Dead End Ranchers. These does are 36 months and older.
Well, another nice class out here, and I honestly don't care which way you do it because I think they're so different when you actually study them. I think the one that I use is just the taller shouldered, neater made one, and yet she still has enough base width and turn to the center portion of her body to label that one just a complete one. But I won't argue the one in second, that's the stouter made, more opened up one in terms of shape. But that also comes with being coarser in terms of the way she's made and plainer in terms of her front 1/3. I think they're close, and either way you can use them, but I personally prefer the taller, neater look found in the one I use. Let's give them a round of applause. We'll see them back out in a second.
Okay, back in the ring are Alyssa McNee in both classes and Arabella Armstrong and Bradford Smith. This is your senior doe runoff.
Well, a nice division we have here, and I'm pretty certain I know what I want to do, so I'm not going to make them walk in circles and do all kinds of crazy things when I'm pretty confident in what I'm about to do. I think there's two of them that are nice out here. In the first class, we have one that kind of tall-shouldered, smooth-made, still has some feature at the ground, still has some turn to the center portion of her body, maybe a little plain in terms of shape, drops out behind her shoulder. I wish that one was better in terms of her head shape as well. The one that comes out of the second class, another tall-shouldered, smooth-made one that's good in terms of her center body. I think that one has more genuine base width at the ground. I think that one's better in terms of a neater, cleaner front 1/3 as well. I'll put the mic down and give you guys a grand in reserve, and we'll get into this grand drive.
So your Grand and Reserve are all owned by Alyssa McNee. Congratulations. Stay close, girls. We're going to go to a Grand Drive. Okay, here we go. Top 2 junior does, Tice Fisher and Remington Vance. Yearling does are Remington Vance and Cannon Sparrow. Senior does, Alyssa McNee and Alyssa McNeese.
We'd like to again take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for the meat goat shows this weekend, or this week, I should say. We have Valley View 4-H Club, the Hummel Architects, Devin Fisher, Jared and Lauren Patterson, Hepton Livestock LLC, Big Red Boars, and Casper Farms. Last night in the final drive for the meat goats, Casper Farms provided an additional overall grand and reserve prize. Our overall champion Market Weather received a set of clippers, and our overall reserve meat goat received a clipper bag. So we thank all of our sponsors. Without them, this show would not be possible.
Well, I have one word for this, and it's wow. This is an impressive doe show, you guys. Let's give a hand to all these exhibitors we've seen today. I think incredible all the way through, but especially these 6 we have out here. But personally, I think it's a 2-horse race out here. I'll talk about each of the 3 class winners real quick. I think the one that comes out of our first class, that one's awfully incredible for as young as she is. I think she's good in terms of her chest floor, good in terms of her head shape. has stoutness at the ground. I think you set her into motion, and that one's only more evident how good she is because she's good in terms of the way she utilizes her hind leg. She's good in terms of the way she flexes and goes. I think that's where her best view is because she actually collects her spine and becomes a little neater in terms of the way she goes. We get into a side profile here, and I think because she's so young and she doesn't want to brace into him very well, she drops out behind her shoulder. But I genuinely don't think she does that when you set her into motion and go. I think the one that comes out of our second class matches in terms of a big chest, yet keeping a neat look, stout featured, good in terms of her underline. I want to fix that one in terms of the way she goes in motion because I think that one gets a tad straighter in her hock and a little tighter in terms of the way she utilizes her hip. I'd like to lift that one up in terms of the way she sets her tail as well, but I think a neat one in terms of the way she combines power and look. I think the one that comes out of our third class, obviously we just don't have near as much shape or power as some of the ones that come ahead of us, but I think in terms of a good tall shoulder, neat look, and sets into motion incredibly well, I think she has that. I'll come out here and select you guys a Grand and Reserve Supreme Doe out. Let's give all these kids one more round of applause today.
Overall champion is Tice Fisher, and your reserve is Remington Vance. That concludes our doe show for today.